Te Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Narayanam Namaskrityam Naram Chaiva Narottamam Devim Saraswatim Vyasam Tato Jayamudirayet. Nashtaprayeshu Abhadreshu Nityam Bhagavata Sevaya Bhagavatyuttama Shlokir Bhaktir Bhavati Naistiki. Hare Krishna. Saunaka Uvacha Hatva Swarikta Sprida Atatayino Yudhishthiro Dharma Bhrittam Varista Sahanujai Pratyavarudha Bhojana Katam Pravritta Kimakarasit Tata. Hare Krishna.
Correction Partha Prabhuji. Dhanvat Pranam Prabhuji. Prabhuji, hand over to you, Prabhuji.
Yes, Hare Krishna. My net is not stable. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hare Krishna, Radhika, Kasturi, Mataji.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Welcome on this group. So today we are
I think Prabhuji, your voice is breaking. Yeah.
Yes, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna Mataji, are you no proper connection? Hare Krishna Kumarji. No, my problem, I have also problem. So please, our network is not stable. Please, you continue and hand over to Radhika Kasturi Mataji. Yeah. Oh, okay. You can use mobile. Hare Krishna Mataji. Hare Bol. Mataji, please hand over to you. You can continue, please. Yeah, please.
Sure, Prabhuji. Thank you so much for your presence, and thank you so much, Shashwin Prabhu, for doing the prayers. I'll just quickly say the prayers, just so that I get that mood and bow and blessings from Srila Prabhupada and our Guru Vargas, and also pray to Vyasadev to bestow mercy upon me so that I speak the relevant subject matter of Srimad Bhagavatam. Om Jnanatimmirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Niti Namne. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Vishesha Shunyavadi Paschaita Deshatarine. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, Narayanam Namaskrityam, Naram Chaiva Narottamam, Devim Saraswatim Vyasam, Tato Jayam Mudirayet, Srinivata Swagata Krishna, Punya Shravana Kirtanaha, Hridayanta Sohya Bhadrani, Vidunoti Sugritsatam, Nashtaprayeshu Abhadreshu, Nityam Bhagavata Sevaya, Bhagavati Uttama Sloke, Bhaktir Bhavati Naishtiki. Oh my God, was I audible? I think I was muted probably. I don't know. Hope you heard the prayers. All right. Thank you, dear devotees, for joining today's call. And we can get started with the 10th chapter of the first canto of Srimad Bhagavatam.
Yes, Mataji, you are audible. You are audible.
Okay, great, Prabhuji. Thank you for confirming. All right. So now, if you look at the departure of Lord Krishna to Dwaraka, we need to understand what are the preliminary themes, and then I will get into the first verse, and then we will talk more about Yudhishthira Maharaj in today's verse. So the first 6 verses talk about the kingdom of Yudhishthira Maharaj, how he re-established the kingdom, and Yudhishthira ruled with the perfect knowledge. And the kingdom was very prosperous because it was under an auspicious ruler, and the subjects were very, very happy because, again, this person is Krishna conscious. So if he is the ruler, imagine how the praja is going to be. They're all going to be very, very happy, isn't it? And then 17 to 14th verse talks about the intensity of Lord Krishna's attractive influence. After staying for a few months, Krishna plans to leave for where? Dwaraka. And now there is an unbearable separation of the Pandavas and others that are being described from verses 9 to 14. And then 15 to 18 talks about the musical instruments, the flowers, umbrella, fans, and Brahmana's benedictions. So that means Krishna, how he was appropriately honored. It's something that 15th to 18th verse talked about. That's where there is going to be description of musical instruments, flowers, showers, an umbrella, fan, and Brahmana's benedictions. We are going to see what that is though. And then Hastinapur ladies are glorifying, Hastinapur ladies discuss Krishna's glories, which is what is discussed from verses 20 to 31. What are these pleasing talks more attractive than Vedic hymns? And Krishna, he's the original supreme personality of Godhead. He empowers the Prakriti for recreation. And the devotees experience Lord form and describe his pastimes. Then the Lord descends into the material world to punish the miscreants. And then Yadu dynasty, Mathura, Dwaraka queens, and gopis, they're all glorious. And then they finally say, the Lord smiled and accepted their greetings. This is what the Hastinapur ladies are discussing as far as Krishna's glories go. And now, finally, the final section is Lord proceeds for Dwaraka. Here, it talks about the theme that Yudhishthira Maharaj arranged defense for Krishna's protection and accompanied him for some distance. He's leaving, and Yudhishthira Maharaj, unable to bear the separation. So, like when we have our guests at home, what do? We go to till the end of the house, and then say goodbye to them, right? And like that, Yudhishthira Maharaj actually went with Krishna to a certain distance to acknowledge Krishna's leaving. And obviously, his heart was with Krishna, right? And the more distance he covers, the more he feels as if he's with Krishna. This is the mood of a devotee. And then Lord passes through various provinces on his way. How glorious, isn't it? The Lord passes through a lot of provinces on the way, and all these provinces have become Tirtha now because Lord's footstep is touching the particular place where he has gone to. That is why it's very important for us to take darshan of the holy dham, because again, Vrindavan, Lord never leaves Vrindavan. And how are we supposed to look at Vrindavan? With our material eyes, we are not supposed to look at Vrindavan. We have to look at it through the years of Shastras, through the years of the glorification that is done by our Acharyas and Srila Prabhupada. This is how we have to look at the Dham. All the material things, we have to block ourselves from it. It is definitely a test, but we have to somehow pass the test and gain the mercy of the Dham, because Dham is not different from Lord himself. Anyways, I'm really waiting and longing to go to the Dham, and that's why I think I opened up a little bit about what the mood of Dham should be. Now, so this is very important chapter for us to understand. Again, Krishna's glories are being talked about by the Hastinapur ladies. This is an important theme. And how and what is the mood of Yudhishthira Maharaj is something that first verse is going to set the scene. It is going to help us understand, okay, what is Yudhishthira Maharaj going through, and how is this state of Yudhishthira Maharaj going to be resolved? This is something that is a mystery now, but it will be unveiled in the pastime that we are going to see in today's Srimad Bhagavatam class. But again, as I always do, I want to glorify the personality first, right? And today's theme is more so going to glorify the character of Yudhishthira Maharaj, what type of person he is. And especially, I'm going to bring up a pastime from Mahabharata and going to talk about Yudhishthira Maharaj glories. It is going to help us understand what kind of person he is, and what sort of spiritual intelligence he has. So before going into that, I want to actually go into today's verse and probably read the purport for you and then set the scene for you as to what is described here. All right, so let's get into the verse for today and then hear what Srila Prabhupada has to say. Thank you, Shashwin, for reading the verse. Beautiful. I think you don't fail to do this particular service any day. Whether it is rainy or it is not raining, you're always there. And I appreciate the parents for taking that initiative to bring Shashwin up so very well. Really, really pleased. And I sincerely pray that, the kids are the future generation and they somehow have to have inclination toward Krishna so that they can spread the word of Krishna to the whole world. So definitely very pleased with you, Shashwin. Coming to the translation, Shaunakadi Muni asked, after killing the enemies who desired to usurp his rightful inheritance, how did the greatest of all religious men, Maharaj Yudhishthir, assisted by his brothers, rule his subjects? Surely he could not freely enjoy the kingdom with unrestricted consciousness. So Prabhupada, what is he saying in the purport? Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Maharaj Yudhishthira was the greatest of all men of religion. He was not inclined to fight with his cousins for the sake of enjoying the kingdom. He fought for the right cause because the kingdom of Hastinapur was his rightful inheritance, and his cousins wanted to usurp it for themselves. He fought therefore for the right cause under the guidance of Lord Krishna, but he could not enjoy the results of victory because his cousins were all killed in the fight. He therefore ruled over the kingdom as a matter of duty, assisted by his younger brothers. The inquiry was important for Shaunaka rishis, who wanted to know about the behavior of Yudhishthira Maharaj when he was at ease to enjoy the kingdom. Again, so here it's a beautiful point that is being conveyed. If you look at the starting of Bhagavad Gita, what is talked about? What is being said in the starting of Bhagavad Gita? Again, we see the condition of Arjuna. He is such a good Kshatriya ruler. He was not able to fight the war because his Gandiva bow was slipping from him. Never was the case where his Gandiva bow would be slipping from his hands. But we see that Arjuna was in that state, right? And similar is now the situation of Yudhishthira Maharaj. He's got the kingdom. He's unable to fully be involved in ruling the kingdom because he was feeling bad. Oh, I got this property because I killed all of my cousins. Then how am I supposed to rule? Isn't an injustice caused to them? So how can I rule the kingdom? So these are two similar moods that we can see, isn't it? And how did Krishna resolve the problem of Arjuna? By saying Bhagavad Gita, by giving him the knowledge of Bhagavad Gita. Because Arjuna, he stated 4 reasons. And the 5th reason was he was kind of confused, indecisiveness. 4 reasons he pointed out to Krishna, and he told Krishna, I am unable to fight for these reasons. And the 5th reason is I am unable to decide. I'm kind of confused. And then he asks Krishna, what is my duty? I don't know. What is my duty? Can you please educate me as to what my duty is? I really want to do the right thing. This was Arjuna's problem. He wanted to do the right thing. If somebody else was in Arjuna's shoes, he wouldn't have cared, isn't it? If a materialist was in Arjuna's shoes, he would very well be willing to fight against Arjuna. Sorry, he would be very willingly fighting against Kauravas to get the property for himself. But the mood of Arjuna was that he wanted to do what is right. And every day we are supposed to ask the question to ourselves, is this right? Because we want to do the right thing to please Krishna, isn't it? This is the mood of a devotee, how he is not sure what is right. And he wants to do what is right. This was the situation, how Arjuna was put through. And then Bhagavad Gita came to us. Krishna said, finally, Sarvadharman paritijnam mam ekam sharanam praja aham tvam sarvapapebhyo mokshishyami machuchah. Surrender everything on to me, Arjuna. Surrender and completely be free from all the designations and submit yourself on to me. This is the instruction Krishna gave Arjuna, right? So we need to understand that here Yudhishthira Maharaj is going through a similar situation. And now, since this is just the starting of today's verse, so I just wanted you to give sort of introduction as to how and what mood set or what is the mindset of both Arjuna and Yudhishthira were, and they are similar here. And here, Yudhishthira's lamentation is also going to be resolved. And again, Shaunaka Rishis are asking a beautiful question. If somebody has got a property, they are supposed to enjoy it to the fullest extent, isn't it? Yeah, big bungalow, big this, big that, so many facilities. Aren't they supposed to be happy with all of that? The devotee is happy only when he is connected to Krishna. Others, he understands because he knows he's the spirit soul. The spirit soul and matter cannot go along with each other. This is a great realization, isn't it? The spirit and the matter cannot mix with each other. How much ever matter is there, the spirit, because of his conditioned nature, he may experience that happiness, that flickering happiness. But that is not the happiness the soul is longing for. The soul is longing for its connection with Krishna. And only when we are connected with Krishna, we will get that happiness, dear devotees. And this is an important principle. So all we have to do is just desire. Just desire to serve Krishna. Just desire to serve your Guru Maharaj. Just desire. And that desire is what Krishna is looking for. Everything else will fall into place once you desire. You will not believe. You will never, I just wanted to tell my personal experience. I don't usually share, but very rarely I do, because this is a closed forum and you're all very known to me. So I was doing Gita lectures on Bhakti Sangha Japa, and that particular episode was coming to an end. At that time, I was seriously hankering to continue Gita, continuing preaching Gita. And this was there in my mind. Somehow I had to wait again for a few months to get that restarted in Bhakti Sangha, or we were going to do a different thing. So we were not sure. So then I was definitely hankering for this desire to preach the knowledge of Bhagavad Gita to everyone. And this was there in my heart. And of course, Krishna's mercy and Guru's mercy, I think Radhika Mataji's sister approached me, and she talked to me about this forum, and then I got introduced to Radhika Mataji, and somehow we were also doing Bhagavad Gita. So this was just coincidental, but again, I just want to reinstate this point that we all need to have desires, dear devotees. These desires can change perspective of things. And just give it a try. Just give it a try and see what wonders can it do for your life. But again, I just wanted to reinforce this fact because it's very important to have that desire in your heart. And we never know. Krishna always fulfills the desire, sincere desire of the devotees. So let's continue to keep aspiring and continue to have these kind of desires within us, so that one day or the other, when this desire comes into reality, we have to really be grateful to our Guru Vargas, and we have to be grateful to Krishna and Radharani for showing the mercy upon us. This is why I stated it. Anyways, coming back to the point about Yudhishthira Maharaj, what is it that we need to know about Yudhishthira Maharaj? So, as I told you, Arjuna, he lost his heart and he was unable to fight. So he picked up his bow after hearing the Bhagavad Gita, and he started fighting. So Arjuna's bow represents our determination. Now, if you look at the eyes, when Arjuna wanted the chariot be placed in the midst of the armies, eyes were illusioned. because of which he was not able to fight. But then the years gave him a way to enlightenment, isn't it? Because he heard Bhagavad Gita through the years, and through the years it penetrated into the heart of that person, and it gave a transformation onto him. This is what we are looking for. This is the transformation. As I told you, Mananam, Nididhyasanam. Apart from Shravanam, Mananam and Nididhyasanam. Mananam means what? Just being silent and thinking about that subject matter. Again, I'm not very good at thinking about the subject matter myself. That's why I keep reinstating to myself that Mananam has to be done, and Nididhyasanam, there, when we hear the subject matter, it has to go to the ears, and through the ears, it has to penetrate into the heart and cause a transformation onto the heart. That is what the power of Shastras is. And that is what should happen to us. When we are sincere, everything will fall into place. So let's pray. We sincerely hear the subject matter and try to understand Krishna. We are sincerely aspiring. Krishna will certainly give us the reward. Now, Arjuna saw, and before seeing, he was thinking that these are the side of Kauravas. But then he said, these are my people. Arjuna's conflict, what was it? Am I a Kshatriya or am I Kurunandana? As per my Kshatriya dharma, I should fight against these aggressors. As per my Kurunandana dharma, my dharma is to protect my devotees. What should I do? What is my duty? Right? What is my duty? What is right for me to do? What is my dharma? Who am I really? What is it that I should do so that I'm true to myself? So these are the questions that he poses. And Krishna uses the knowledge to tell Arjuna, while doing your duty of fighting against the Kauravas, don't lament. Because they are souls, they are eternal. And then we learn much better when we see them in action. So therefore, Arjuna asks, tell me the symptoms of an enlightened person. And Krishna tells, the enlightened person is peaceful and he is he's always peaceful and satisfied. So Krishna is talking in terms of internal peace. But Arjuna thinks in terms of external peace. And thus there is a confusion. This person is talking about external peace, but Krishna is talking about internal peace. It's similar to the situation here that we are going through. There's so much war. There's so much calamities that are happening in the world every day. There's external peace. There is this internal peace. Peace is within us, dear devotees. This is what is being taught in Bhagavad Gita. Okay, know that I'm the soul. But why can't I act spiritually? Arjuna poses this question. And Krishna tells, because there are selfish desires within us. Selfish desires can overcome. We can be overcome first controlling the senses and then using the intelligence to situate ourselves in that spiritual platform. This is how you can control, my dear Arjuna. Then Arjuna asks this question, what about intelligence? Then Krishna says, through spiritual knowledge, you're supposed to get intelligence. How to get the spiritual knowledge? By various means. That is the first means to get the spiritual knowledge is by approaching a spiritual master. Right? Vidhi pranipatena pariprakshena seveya. So you have to approach your spiritual master in the mood of service. So this is what is, very important to understand the conversations. These conversations are emotions that is exchanged between Arjuna and Krishna for the sake or for the benefit of us. I definitely feel that Gita should be read again and again and again and imbibed in our hearts, because we are in this material world. For us to get out of this material world, it is giving us knowledge how we can not only live in this world nicely and peacefully, but also how to get out of it. It gives us instructions, and every time when we read, it is new realizations that will dawn upon us by the mercy of our Guru Vargas, and we need to constantly contemplate about the subject matter so that it gets ingrained in our hearts. So anyways, so now I wanted to talk about Yudhishthira Maharaj, and especially I want to talk about the pastime of Yaksha Prashna. This is a pastime from Mahabharata, a lot of beautiful questions are asked by Yaksha, and how Yudhishthira Maharaj responds to those questions. So this is going to be a great learning for all of us, because every time when I come, I really look for I really look and seek for some important things that can be learned from the session. If that again, first for myself and then for you. So obviously, this time also I'm looking forward to hearing about what Yaksha has to question and what was this answer that Yudhishthira Maharaj gives us, and how intelligently he tackles all the questions that the Yaksha poses. So this is the theme that we are going to see in today's class. Now, let's get into the story. Okay. The Pandavas, we all know, they were exiled into the forest for 12 years. And the last of those 12 years, they had to remain in incognito. Obviously, during that time, Duryodhana or any of the associates discovered them, then they have to return to the forest again for another 12 years. This was the rule that was imposed on them. So during that time, the last year, what happened was Pandavas were living in the forest, and one Brahmin approached them and said, I'm every day performing a sacrifice, and in order to perform the sacrifice, there is a special type of wood that I need, and that is used to ignite this fire. This wood is called Arani. And a mysterious deer had come into my home, and it had taken the Arani wood on the anklet, and it ran away. Now, I'm not able to perform my prescribed duty according to the Varnashrama Dharma for performing the yajna. And again, purpose of yajna is what? Please the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So service to God means you're watering the root. And if the root is satisfied, then the whole tree is going to be nourished and happy. If the root is not satisfied, anything you do, the tree will not be sufficient. I mean, for the tree, it's not going to make the tree happy. It will wither and it will die. So therefore, the real knowledge means to understand and please Krishna. And knowing that through this means you are going to get the ultimate welfare for all humanity. Now, Yudhishthira Maharaj, who was the king, who was such a king, he understood his foremost duty in life is to protect the citizens. And the greatest way to protect the citizens is to get knowledge and distribute this knowledge. So, as in the mood of a king, obviously he was the king in the past, and he's been trained in such a way to be a Kshatriya, right? The kings were really humble servants. And now, here when he was asked when he was told about this Arani wood, he immediately said, "You will get this Arani wood back for you." And what did Pandavas do? Yudhishthira, Bhima, Nakula, Sahadeva, we went chasing after this deer. And this deer was so mystical. They would chase to catch this deer. Suddenly it would disappear. It would then appear in another place, and they will run after him. And while they're just close to him, what will this deer do? This deer will disappear again. So, like this, what did the deer do? They kept running after this deer, and they went deeper and deeper, deeper and deeper into the forest. So the Pandavas, they were becoming very, very depressed. Why? Because they are all conquerors, isn't it? They're all Kshatriyas. They have the power to conquer this whole world. But they're not able to catch this little deer. What's the problem? It's a big insult to them. They were chasing this deer all day long, and yet they were not successful. They were all terribly, very, very feeling very insulted, very ashamed. And then, so after running so much, a person will normally get hungry, isn't it? They were hungry, they were thirsty, and they decided to rest. Oh my God, I'm not able to do anything further. So they rested under this banyan tree, and they were all lying there. Yudhishthira Maharaj, he told his youngest brother, Nakula, please climb up onto the tree and see if anywhere there is water to drink. And Nakula, immediately he responded to the brother's word, and he climbed up onto the tree, and from a branch, he saw a beautiful reservoir of fresh, clear water, something very, very rare these days. And he said, I see, like that. And then Yudhishthira Maharaj asked him, okay, Nakul, please go and bring some water for all of us. We can't even walk. We can hardly stand. We have so much thirst. So please come as soon as possible. Nakula immediately obeyed to his brother, and he ran as fast as he could. and he got to the reservoir of water. And he approached the lake. His thirst was intensified and it also increased. He was about to pick up his hands with a cup full of water, and he was about to drink that water as well. At that time, a voice from the sky resounded very deep and very loud. It said, "I am the proprietor of this lake, and no one can drink this water until you first answer my question. If you try to drink this water without answering my question, you will die." This was the voice from that was heard from above. So Nakula, he was thinking, who's this nonsense? So he thought, why do I have to listen to him? I'm a great Kshatriya. I don't have to listen to this voice. So he drank the water and immediately died. So long time passed and Nakula did not return. So Yudhishthira Maharaj told Sahadeva, why don't you go and look for your brother? Maybe he has some difficulty. Go to the pond. Help him bring water for all of us. So Sahadev immediately obeyed and went to the lake, and he saw his brother lying dead. He grieved his heart, but his thirst became so intensified because he was grieving also. He could not even think of anything but quenching his thirst. And the same voice resounded, "I am the proprietor of this lake. You cannot drink water until you answer my question. Or if you don't listen to me, you will die like your brother." So Sahadev took the water, drank, and died. Sahadev did not return for a long time. Yudhishthira Maharaj sent Arjun, wielder of Kandiva bow. He also drank the water and died. And then Yudhishthira sent who? The powerful Bhima. And he went, and the same voice warned him, and he drank the water, and he died. So Yudhishthira, he himself had to go now to the pond. He saw his four brothers, Bhima, Arjuna, Nakula, and Sahadeva. They were lying dead. And Yudhishthira Maharaj saw that his heart was broken completely because he loved his brother so dearly. He wanted to weep. He wanted to weep, but he was so much devastated by what he had seen. He could not even weep. He was dried up. You need water to come from your eyes. The tears means water, right? It has to flow down from your eyes. He was completely dried up due to thirst and lamentation that he could not even bring tears to his eyes, my dear devotees. He just trembled in pain. He was completely heartbroken. And his mind was smashed into pieces. And he was thinking, these brothers of mine, they have sacrificed their lives for me on every way, and they are now gone. How could I live without them? They are my dearest friends, my most beloved associates. They are such exalted devotees of Krishna. How could I even live without them? Why is this death come to them and not me? And then he began to think, I will have to be the one to tell Draupadi and Mata Kunti that all their children are dead, and now they are dead, and how can he tell this to them? Bhima has the strength of 10,000 elephants. Arjuna, he is unconquerable. And he appears, they all have now dead without even fighting. They're all Kshatriyas, they are meant to fight, and without even fighting the battle, they're all dead now. Who would have the possibility of killing them? And in the state, this was the state that he's also in right now. Of course, his brothers are more dear to him, but he's going through the same situation in the first verse. How can I enjoy the kingdom when my relatives are all gone? Anyways, and in that state, he stood there and looked at his dead brothers and completely heartbroken. No words to explain his grief at that moment. And his thirst got intensified that he no longer could withstand. And he came to the pond of water, picked up the water with his hands, and just about to drink very, very cool water, refreshing, pure water. It was pure, completely pure. Imagine dear devotees, how pure this water could be. And it's so tempting to drink for a person who is so thirsty. And this voice from above, a voice from the sky, it just said, you see, half your brothers are dead. You will also die along with them if you do not follow what I say. I am the proprietor of this lake. You are permitted to drink water until you answer my questions. At that point, Yudhishthira Maharaj, who was nobility personified, he put water back into the pond and with folded palms offered respect to this voice and said, if you are the proprietor of this lake, I don't have the right to touch your water without your permission. But who are you? You are so powerful that you even killed my brothers. What kind of magnanimous, inconceivable personality you could be? Please show yourself to me. This was the mood of Yudhishthira Maharaj. At that time, there was again, Yudhishthira Maharaj offered his respectful obeisances on to Yaksha, knowing whatever power he has, he paid obeisances to him. And we know that where is this opulence coming from for a person? How can he get the powers? A devotee understands this mood. All the opulence is coming from Krishna. And Srila Prabhupada, he explains, wherever you see great learning, wherever you see great power, wherever you see great wealth, you should understand this person is somehow or the other being gifted by the opulence of the Lord. So we have to offer respect. Again, irrespective of how powerful, how wealthy this person is, we have to offer respect, dear devotees. This is our basic etiquette of Vedic culture. This respect has to be given to anybody. Even if your parent smokes, you're supposed to give respect to parents. This is what the Vedic culture has taught us. So we will keep this principle of respect. I have a lot of things to talk about respect, but I'm not going to dive into the subject matter. But anyways, coming back to our point, Yudhishthira Maharaj says, no, please ask your questions. I will try to answer these questions to the best of my ability. Please go ahead. So he was looking at his dead brothers, and his heart was broken into pieces. His mind was in complete grief. On the other side was this cool, beautiful water, and his mouth and throat are drying up. Then a desert with thirst. He's the embodiment of what? He's the embodiment of tolerance, patience, obedience, and humility. He agreed to answer these questions. And many questions were asked, and series of questions and answers. They are all an important part of Mahabharata. So let's understand some of the questions. Again, I know only 10 minutes is left, but we will see how much hour we can go. We will go. So one question that was asked to Yudhishthira Maharaj, what is faster than the wind? Yudhishthira Maharaj said, faster than the wind is mind. And then Yaksha asked, what is more innumerable than all the blade of grass on the whole planet of Earth? What is more innumerable than the blade of grass on the whole planet of the Earth? And Yudhishthira Maharaj's reply was, the desires within the mind are more innumerable than the blade of grass on the earth. This is so again, here Krishna is explaining for the first question, how difficult it is to control the mind. For so many millions of births, we have accumulated so many impressions and so many desires as a result of these impressions. These impressions, they get stronger and stronger and stronger when we are reinforcing it, the devotees. That is the point. That is why we are karmically entangled, because we want to reinforce year after year, moment after moment. We want to keep doing that same action which we are not supposed to do. So in that process, the impressions then become deeply ingrained and they become desires. And now we come to this human form of life, and the human form of life simply trying to satisfy the desires that comes out of this mind, impure mind, right? Impure mind has so many impure desires. And we want to satisfy all of them. Yes, I want to satisfy this. I want to satisfy that. I want this. I want that. And we are fulfilling each and every desire. And there is no end to these material desires, dear devotee. There is no end. You can keep trying to satisfy. It's like pouring fuel to the fire, going to aggravate the situation. It's never going to be satisfied. Lust cannot be satisfied. Material desires are nothing but lust, and they can never be satisfied. So anyways, so this is the answer. There is a difference between Shreyas and Prayas. Prayas means whenever one, this is immediately whatever you want, you satisfy it. It is Prayas. Our senses are dictated by the mind, and the mind is dictated by the senses. So in Bhagavad Gita, we are taught that analogy, right? I mean, how and what is controlling what. And the important point here is that we have to have a mind purified so that the mind is able to control the senses, and the senses are then in turn able to control the sense objects. For that, there should be a strong buddhi. So Shreyas we know, and Shreyas is whatever desires comes upon our mind with our intelligence, we actually align it to see if it is in favorableness to Guru, Sadhu, and Shastra. The real intelligence means the word of God. This is real intelligence. So again, the mind and the sense, when they are engaged in hearing and chanting the glories of the holy names of the Lord, then what happens through that process, the purification takes place. Our mind and senses can be used to purify our lives and connect to the highest truth, that is Krishna. And the essence of the process is that through matured intelligence, we be in the association of devotees, and through the association of devotees, we attain the perfection. So what we associate, we become that. If we associate with materialistic people, our intelligence becomes materialistic. Then, and the mind and the senses cannot be controlled. Whereas when we associate with devotees who are loving devotees of the Lord, we are reminded ourselves of the purpose of life. And the intelligence is always fixed on the truth. That is devotion to God. And reject whatever that is unfavorable to God. This is intelligence. So this was a conversation that was happening between Yaksha and Yudhishthira Maharaj. Then Yaksha is asking, what is the valuable position one can achieve in this world? What is the most valuable position one can achieve? And what was Yudhishthira Maharaj's response? Yudhishthira Maharaj's response was, the greatest position that one can acquire is knowledge. Knowledge is the information that is used to discriminate properly. This is right and this is wrong. And what is real knowledge? Yudhishthira Maharaj's response was the knowledge of the separate, that is knowledge of the self separate from the matter. How to discriminate between the two? That is real knowledge. What is matter and what is self? Knowledge of the self as separate from the matter. This is the real knowledge. When one understands this, then he has got that real knowledge. Then Yaksha is asking another question. He is asking, tell me something. Tell me something that only has value when it's given up. So something that has value only when it's given up. Understand this question, dear devotees. It has value only when it's given up. What is that? And Yudhishthira Maharaj's response was false pride. When there is false pride, whatever you are connected to, whatever it is connected to, it ruins it. When the false pride is given up, then everything else becomes valuable. Right? When you have the knowledge of the Shastras, if you have the false pride, it nullifies everything. Oh, I am such a learned person. I am this, I am that. When the devotees come and learn something from you, you yourself are so profound. And what can the devotees learn from you? Right? When you see great yogis, great politicians, great entertainers, people of various caliber who got success in the society, we all have false pride, isn't it? In spiritual life, false pride nullifies the good reaction that whatever we are trying to achieve. This is what is taught by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Trinadapi sunichena tarorapi sahishnuna amani namanadina kirtaniya sadaharihi. So when you do something first in the path of self-realization, you do something, you attain something wonderful. As soon as you take credit for it, then practically it nullifies everything you have done, the spiritual results. But you give credit to God and Guru Vargas. He has empowered you with all the ingredients. He has given you the potency to fulfill whatever capabilities you have. If we become humble servants and give those credits wholeheartedly from our heart, because we are devotees, it's so important for us to understand. If I'm able to speak, if I'm able to move my hands freely like this, it's only because of Lord's grace I'm able to do it. Kriya Shakti is controlled by the Lord. The moment he thinks, oh Radhika, if he thinks I should be deprived of something, I will be deprived of something. So the controllership is there. The remote control is there. I'm just able to talk because of Lord. Nothing but Lord. Everything is coming from them. Guru Vargas and Krishna. If not, I will not be even able to move my hands. Keep talking. I cannot even move my hands. I cannot walk. So when we understand this mood, Kriya Shakti, why we are able to do actions, it's because of Lord. When we understand this mood, then we will not have that pride, right? Because through Bhagavad Gita also we understand, oh, everything is coming from the Lord. There's nothing to be proud of. If somebody has something great in them, the empowerment is coming from the Lord. So why should you envy upon other person? So again, coming back to the question and answer session, these are all great philosophical points that is being described. And then Yaksha is asking to Yudhishthira Maharaj, what is wickedness? And Yudhishthira Maharaj, what is wickedness? How he responds? All these questions should get into our mind, and the answers of Yudhishthira Maharaj should also be into our heart. These question and answers are such intelligent questions and intelligent answers. What is wickedness? According to Yudhishthira Maharaj, the wickedness is to criticize others and find fault with other people. This is the sign of someone who is having an impure heart. He finds fault with the person all the time. What is the basic symptom of a Mahatma? Srila Rupa Goswami, he described basic symptom of a Mahatma. He no longer has the tendency to find faults in others. He's always looking for good in others. And he always sees everybody is a part and parcel of Krishna. Even if there is a little spark of good, we try to see it and fan that spark. But the nature of Duratma, the one with a crippled mind, what is the nature of him? He is crippled by envy and illusion. He takes pleasure in finding fault and criticizing others. So again, after hearing the glories of the Lord, it is said that crows like to go to the garbage dumps of all material topics, and they try to bring the sewage and garbage that is present there. Devotees, they don't like, because after hearing the sweetness of Lord's glories, the devotees are like Paramahamsas. They like to go to the beautiful fresh lakes and drink the nectar in the center of the lotus. This is what is the programming done to the devotees. And I'll just conclude with this final question. Okay, it's a very, very touching question. That's why I just wanted to take one more minute and complete the section. Even though there was other questions, we will ignore them. Coming back to the last question that I'm going to talk about. Yudhishthira Maharaj is asking all these questions, and Yaksha became so happy. He said, I'm completely satisfied. There's no more learned and noble person with good qualities than you, Yudhishthira Maharaj. And therefore, I want you to give a word. I will bring back life, anyone you want, amongst the 4 dead brothers you have here, right? I can bring back life of any of them. Just tell me, who do you want? And Yudhishthira Maharaj, he thought about it for a minute. And he said, bring back Nakul, bring back Nakula. Yaksha was shocked. You're about to fight the war of Kurukshetra. You need Bhima. He's the most powerful person on the earth. He can bring victory for you. Or Arjuna, he's such a dear friend of Krishna. He's a great fighter. He's a great archer of the world. Compared to them, Nakula is insignificant. Why do you want him? How will he help you? Tell me, why do you want Nakula? Yudhishthira Maharaj explained. My father Pandu, he had 2 wives, Kunti and Madri. And from Kunti, there are 3 brothers, Arjuna, Bhima, and myself. I am still living, so Kunti will be satisfied because she at least has 1 child. And out of love and respect for Madri, because I consider Kunti and Madri both my mothers. I love them respectfully and equally. I don't want to deprive Madri or break her heart of giving a child, of having a living child. So for her sake, I don't want to break anybody's heart, right? I don't want to deprive Madri or break her heart of having a living child. So for her sake, please allow Nakula to live. And Yaksha heard this. He was completely selfless, respectful. He was humble. He was considerate. And Yudhishthira Maharaj, looking at Yudhishthira Maharaj, Yaksha was so overwhelmed. He was so overwhelmed and said, because you answered all the questions in such a way, in this question particularly, you answered in such a beautiful way. I really have no words. I will bring back the life of all the Pandavas. They all woke up as if they went to sleep for a very long time. And again, there was no hunger or thirst anymore for them because they were all perfectly satisfied. And this is the question and answer session that I wanted to talk about in today's class. And thank you, dear devotees, for again giving me this opportunity to talk about Yaksha Prashna, a beautiful pastime from Mahabharata. Thank you again. Vancha kalpatarubhyasya kripasindubhyev च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की जय, नामाचार्य श्रील हरिदास ठाकुर की जय, श्रीला प्रभुपाद की जय, गौर भक्त वृंद की जय। All glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Mataji, for your nice and such wonderful class. Also very nicely you explained the Jaksha and Yudhishthira Sambad. It's very nice and it's very good lessons for all the people. Even in ISKCON also many disciples and many speakers also giving this lecture. It's very nice for our day-to-day life, Mataji. Thank you very much, such a wonderful and enlightening this one. We were maybe Kritika Mataji so busy little told today. And I open this session forum for the question and answer. If you have any questions, please ask. Anyone? I think your class is so nice and sweet, so that everybody is overwhelmed. Like also, like after getting all the answers of Yudhishthira Maharaj, there is no doubt at all. Hare Krishna. I think Mataji, there is no question and no suggestion also, because you are nothing also adding any comment or nothing. It's so nice. How departure of Lord Krishna, and this is the first question asked by the Sonagarushi, and he knows the Yudhishthira Maharaj, although he is getting a victory in the battlefield, and he's not supposed to be doing the kingdom or enjoy the kingdom with unrestricted consciousness. Although he is a great devotee, he was a great devotee and follow the footsteps and footprint of the great acharyas. There is no question, because the Dharmatma, there is no question. He is doing his sense gratification, torture the citizen of the kingdom and doing that one. Because it was already described in the last verses of the last chapter. He is doing according his rules established by the Dhritarashtra and also suggestion by the guidance by Lord Krishna. So where there is a Lord Krishna, there is no immorality and injustice. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Mataji, for your nice class once again. Also, I thanks all the devotees who joined here. I request all the devotees, please unmute yourself and chant Hare Krishna mantra for glorification of God. Radhika Kasturi Mataji, please join. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare
Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Kalpatarubhyascha kripasindubhyev च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Jai.
Hare Krishna, Radhika Kasturi Mataji ki jai.
All glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you.
Krishna Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.